Congratulations, Delaney Waterman. Next in the ring, we have Class 5, Cole Kirtley with his March 19th heifer. We have one more class of Angus heifers after this, then we'll pick for champion. Class 7, Kiania heifers. Start making your way up to the makeup ring. Class 7, Kiania heifers. Make your way up to the makeup ring.
Again, another high-quality heifer. As we get up older in age here, I think the level just keeps getting a little deeper and deeper. Young man brings us a very high-quality individual. Really appreciate this one when we set him into motion. Big-footed, heavy-structured type of a heifer. One, again, that's really good in terms of her build and design. Really like her center body. I think another high-quality individual for this young man. Let's put our hands together for him.
Congratulations, Cole Kirtley. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 6. Gracie Fisher with her February 25th heifer, and Jessa Zeller with her January 19th heifer.
Really a nice pair of heifers in this particular class. The young lady that's going to win, I think, just has the show heifer of the group, if you will. She's fresher about her head and neck. I think she ties in better right at the top of the side of her shoulder there. She's just a little smoother about her top line. She's a heifer that's got plenty of rib and body. We set them into motion. I'd like to make her a little stronger there right in her loin, but I think that's a really high quality, really nice attractive heifer. Young lady that's going to come in second has one that's got a ton of body and volume, one that I think turn out into the pasture will make a great cow, super fleshy. Again, we study her and compare to the one that wins. I just don't read her as fresh and attractive through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. I wish she was just a little smoother in her top line, but again, a heifer that's got a lot of volume to her. Let's give both of them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations. First place went to Gracie Fisher. Second went to Jessa Zeller. We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion, Angus Heifer. From Class 2, we have Cole Kirtley. From Class 3, we have Colton Hone. From Class 4, we have Delaney Waterman. From Class 5, we have Cole Kirtley. In Class 6, we have Gracie Fisher. Class 7, Kiania Heifer should be in the makeup ring. Class 7, Kiania Heifer should be in the makeup ring. We do want to thank some of our sponsors. The Farmers Bank has provided feed scoops to give to every class winner. So we're really thankful for that. Again, the Farmers Bank has given us feed scoops for all of the class winners today. Join me in giving them a round of applause.
Testing, testing.
If you guys would, let's put our hands together for all of our Angus exhibitors that are out here. I think a really good group. I know some single entries, but of that, when we get them all back out here, I certainly think there's plenty of quality in a lot of different ways I think this could go. I don't know that we've got that one out here that's just perfect, in my opinion. I think as we get into these older heifers, they're pretty good, but I think they've all got some structure issues and in a different area. You know, if we could just make these things get out and flow and go just a little bit better, I could get really, really excited about a couple of these. And again, at the end of the day, it's just one person's opinion, so kind of take that with a grain of salt. For me, it comes down to two of them. I think one doesn't move good enough out of the front end. I don't think the other one moves good enough off of her back end. I think there's one that's maybe just a little fresher. For me today, the young lady out of that third class will have our champion. The young lady out of the last class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion Angus Heifer, shown by Delaney Waterman. Reserve champion went to Gracie Fisher. We need Class 8 to the makeup ring. Class 8 Herford Heifers to the makeup ring. Entering the ring now, we have Class 7, Kiania Heifers. We have 3 in this class. Brendan Mosbaugh with his April 2nd heifer. Ellie Miller with her March 23rd heifer, and Cade Henderson with his March 13th heifer. We need Class 8 and 9 Herford Heifers to be in the makeup ring. Class 8 and 9 Herford Heifers to make your way to the makeup ring.
Let's go ahead and give our key exhibitors a nice round of applause. Three really nice heifers as we get them out here, and this will be our champion in reserve. I'll go through and discuss them. The young man with the baldy brings us one that's really heavy structured. Heifer that when we study her on the standstill, she's good in terms of her top line. She's a heifer, I think, for her size and shape, has plenty of shape and thickness and swoop to that lower rib cage. It's when we set her into motion that concerns me. Off both ends of her skeleton. She gets a little east and west up front for me, and I think she just needs to motor and go better out of her hip and hind leg. The young lady with the snip-nosed heifer, I love this one on the standstill. I like her freshness. I like her body condition. She's fresh about her head, the way her chest floor lays into her forerib. I like her top line, hip and hind leg when she's standing. We set that one into motion. She just kind of comes in a few more pieces. She gets tighter about her spine, wants to dip there in her loin. I think if we could just hook that one up, relax her when we set them into motion, I could really get into that one. The young man coming next, from her shoulder back, I like a lot of things about this one. She's good in terms of her balance and body shape from forerib to flank. She's a heifer that can get out and go relatively well, all things considered. Her front end is what bothers me. I'd like to hook her up better there on the top side of her shoulder. She's one that just gets a little wider up front. I don't know that she's as smooth and as elegant about her shoulder as some of them. So I think it's relatively close for me. I think, again, there's probably a lot of different ways one could do it, and I guess it just depends kind of what you want to do or where your preferences lie. The young man out of that third spot, he will be our champion. The young lady in second here, she'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion Kenya heifer goes to Cade Henderson. Our reserve champion goes to Ellie Miller. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 8 Herford Heifers. Caleb Reynolds with his April 21st heifer, and Lauren Happel with her March 13th heifer. This will be first call for Class 10. Mini Herford Heifers, first call, Class 10, Mini Herford Heifers to the makeup ring.
Really nice pair of Herford heifers as we move into this division. We're going to leave the cattle as they stand. The young man brings us ones that I think is just more sensible in terms of her size. I like her body shape and dimension. She's a heifer that I think's just so much more correct in terms of her feet and legs. She's square and truer up front from knee to ground. She's square about her toes. I think that's really what separates these is feet and legs. Young lady brings us an extremely long-bodied, high-performing heifer that's really heavy-boned, and I certainly appreciate those things about her. At the same time, she's a little harder in her overall body and look. She's one that wants to run downhill just a little bit. And when we study her up front, we just have got to get that one's feet and legs squared up. We do some of those things. She might be able to move up a little higher. Let's go ahead and give both of these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really nice class.
Results from Class 8. First place went to Kayla Reynolds. Second went to Lauren Happel. Entering the ring now we'll have Class 9 Herford Heifers. Tatum Green with her January 26th Herford. We need Class 10 Mini Herefords to the makeup ring and Class 11 Limousine Heifers to the makeup ring. Class 10 and 11 to the makeup ring.
Young lady brings us really just a nice brood cow, if you will. Super big-footed and heavy-structured. One that's sound and mobile off both ends of her skeleton. I think a heifer that's got plenty of dimension and rib. You know, if I was going to get critical, I'd like to lay her down in her tail head just a bit and just freshen her up through the front portion of her body, clean her up there at the base of her chest. But that one's got a lot of good to her. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Tatum Green. We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Herford Heifers. From Class 8, Kayla Reynolds, and from Class 9, Tatum Green.
Let's go ahead and give our Herford class winners out here a big round of applause. I think two high-quality heifers when we get them out here that are built a little different in terms of their type and kind. The young man's heifer just is more, probably has that show ring look, if you will, a little smoother in terms of her top line. Heifer that's good from forerib to flank. I think more of the show heifer of this group. She'll go ahead and be our champion. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, champion went to Kayla Reynolds. We'll now have Lauren Happel with her second place in that class. Congratulations, reserve went to Tatum Green. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 10, Grace Reynolds with her Mini Hereford, age September 2nd.
Young lady brings us a nice mini Herford heifer, the one that's good in terms of her top line, a heifer that's got some dimension and boldness to her midrib, a heifer that's got some width of skeleton, like all those things about her. I think she's a little bit longer toed. I think maybe a good hoof trimming would do this one some good in terms of when we set the cattle into motion, but in terms of having a balanced look, a strong top line, she does all those things. Congratulations, she'll be our champion. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for her.
Congratulations to Grace Reynolds with her champion mini Hereford heifer. Entering the ring now, we will have our Limousine Heifer, Olivia Higgins, with her April 28th Limousine Heifer. We need Class 12 Maintainer Heifers and Class 13 Simmental Heifers to be in the makeup ring. Class 12 and 13, please make your way to the makeup ring.
Young lady brings us a nice single entry limousine here. Again, I think a heifer that could stand some more competition. This one's really powerful out through her hip. She's a heifer that's good in terms of forerib to flank and midrib. I think she's square off both ends of her skeleton. Again, if we were going to get super critical, we could make this one a little fresher about her head and her neck and the way she ties into her shoulder. But I think in terms of having some stoutness and power and some flexibility, she does those things. Congratulations to her. Let's put our hands together as she exits the ring.
Congratulations, our champion Limousine Heifer, shown by Olivia Higgins. Entering the ring now, we have Class 12, Eddie Muir with his Maintainer Heifer, aging March 15th. He is our single entry Maintainer Heifer. We need our Simmental Heifers to be making their way to the makeup ring. Class 13, 14, 15 Simmental Heifers, please make your way up to the makeup ring.
Young man brings us a nice heifer here. We study this one, and she's super sleek there through the front end. She's really long and attractive, good in terms of condition. A heifer that's really long-bodied, a heifer that's really good in terms of her top line, like those things about her. Again, if I'm going to get nitpicky and change this one, I think she's a heifer that needs set down in terms of her tail head. I think she's a heifer that could have a shot more forerib and flank, but that one can give you a really nice look, super long bodied. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, our champion maintainer heifer, shown by Eddie Muir. About to start our Simmental heifer classes with class 13, Sylvia Knapp, with her April 6th heifer.
Young lady does a really nice job with this heifer and brings us again a high quality individual heifer that's got plenty of rib and shape, just really powerful behind her. A heifer that's got some substance of bone to her. Again, I think one that's pretty appropriate in terms of her condition for her shape and size. Let's give her a round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Sylvia Knapp. We'll now have class 14 Simmental heifers, Madison Martin with her March 2nd heifer, and Kenley Privet with her February 15th heifer. We need class 16 Sim Solution Heifers to be making your way to the makeup ring. Class 16 Sim Solution Heifers to the makeup ring. Entering the ring now, we have class 14.
Really a nice class of heifers, and probably one of the tougher calls, in my opinion, for me, just because these heifers are built really different in terms of their type and kind. We're going to leave them as they stand. The young lady's black heifer, I think she's just a little flatter in terms of her joints. I think she's just got a little more extension all the way throughout. She's the longer necked heifer. She's flatter about her shoulder. I think she's a long spined heifer. She's heavy in terms of substance of bone. I think she's got enough to her. She's not the stoutest one we've ever seen, but I think just her extension and correctness of angles is what lands her there. The young lady does a really good job with this baldy heifer, and I like a lot of things about her. She's a heifer that's fresh in terms of her appearance, smooth in terms of her build. I like those things about her. I don't read her as deep in terms of her flank. She's a heifer that if we could just correct her there through her shoulder and front end, I think she could rival that other one. She just gets a little straighter about her shoulder and tighter in her spine when we set them into motion. Two really high quality heifers. Let's give both of those young ladies a nice round of applause.
Congratulations. First place went to Madison Martin. Second place went to Kinley Privet. We'll now have our last class of Simmental heifers, class 15, Bryce Knapp with his September 2nd heifer. We need class 16, 17, and 18 Sim Solution heifers to be in the makeup ring. Sim Solution heifers to the makeup ring.
Young man brings us a nice baldy heifer, again, one that's just really round and bold in terms of her midrib, a heifer that when you get in behind him or study him at a 3/4 angle, has some 3D shape and dimension to her, a really high-performing heifer. Let's go ahead and give him a really nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Bryce Knapp. We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Simmental heifer from class 13, Sylvia Knapp. Class 14, Madison Martin. And class 15, Bryce Knapp. Again, this is for our champion and reserve champion Simmental heifer. Upon the completion of our breed classes, we will roll right into our grand champion heifer drive. Also remember, if our top 5 are not Hamilton County born and raised, we will have a Hamilton County born and raised class after grand drive as well. Again, all exhibitors, remember, if you would like to scratch from Showmanship or be added to Showmanship, please let us know at the front stands. We'll break heats midway into the steer show, so if you'd like to scratch Showmanship, please let us know. We want to remind everybody that the producer's tent is cooking hamburgers and ribeyes, so make sure you stop over there for lunch.
Let's go ahead and give all of our Simmental exhibitors a nice round of applause that are out here. Again, I think the quality is really good in terms of cattle that have some performance and some stoutness of feature to them. I think when we get them back out here, there's one that surfaces herself to the top quite handily. I also like that second place in that class, and we'll go ahead and bring her back in. Young lady out of class 2 will be our champion. We bring in that second place heifer, and like we talked them in class, I think just a really nice pair in terms of having some show ring look and flexibility and some freshness. I like that baldy second best that came out of class 2. She'll be reserved.
Congratulations, our champion Simmental Heifer, shown by Madison Martin. Reserve champion went to Kenley Privet. All right, we will now start our Sim Solution classes. We need class 16 Sim Solution Heifers. We have Elizabeth Decker with her August 2nd heifer and Colin Decker with his October 2nd.
Again, a really high quality pair, and I think, again, you can make a case or argument for either one of them, and I think, again, just depending upon where your preferences lie, and there's a lot of time between now and their end point that they could change a lot. We're going to leave them as they stand. I think the heifer that's going to win just has a shot more performance right now. I like how long and smooth she is. From her shoulder forward is really where she excels. The one that goes into, she's flatter about her shoulder. She's one that's more extended in terms of her neck. I think she's just a little sleeker down her throat line and into her chest floor. She's a heifer that's good in terms of her balance, look, and silhouette. I'll be the first to admit I don't know that either of these heifers just get out and go off their back end as good as I would deem ideal, and that's where I'd like to change the one that wins is when we set them into motion. But in terms of performance and extension and having just a little bit more show ring look and pizzazz, that heifer does that. Young man brings this one that on the standstill. I love this one's from her shoulders back, her hip and hind leg and silhouette is good. She just gets a little plainer up front for me. She too's a heifer when we set them into motion. I just wish she had more flex in terms of her hock and hind leg. I think two really high quality females. Let's go ahead and give both of those young people a really nice round of applause.
First place went to Elizabeth Decker, second went to Colin Decker. We have class 17 entering the ring, Elizabeth Decker with her March 10th Sim Solution.
Again, young lady brings us a nice individual. Really appreciate this one in terms of her condition for her age. I think she's appropriate there. A heifer that's smooth from her shoulders back. I think she's good in terms of her hip and hind leg and joints and angles. Again, just a really respectable, high quality individual for this young lady. Let's put our hands together for her.
Congratulations to Elizabeth Decker. Attention in the barn, we will do a 30-minute break between the heifer and steer show. We will do a 30-minute break between the heifer and steer show. In the ring now, we have class 18, Reese Knapp with his December 3rd Sim Solution Heifer. We need crossbred heifers to be making your way up to the makeup ring. Commercial heifers, class 19 and 20, be making your way up to the makeup ring.
Really a nice heifer the young man brings us. Again, a heifer I think could certainly stand some more competition. A heifer that's really bold and maternal through her midrib. A heifer that I think is good in terms of being able to get out and go for her shape and size. You get in behind her and she's just got a ton of just true natural shape and dimension and thickness. Congratulations to you, young man. Very nice heifer.
Congratulations to Reese Knapp. We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Sim Solution Heifer. From class 16, we have Elizabeth Decker. From class 17, also Elizabeth Decker. And from class 18, Reese Knapp. Crossbred heifers. Class 19 and 20, we need you in the makeup ring. Class 19 and 20, we need you in the makeup ring.
Let's go ahead and give our Sim Solution Heifers a really nice round of applause. Again, I think three extremely high-quality heifers out here, and appreciate them in terms of substance of bone and some performance and some growth and having some extension to them. I think it comes down to two for me, and again, it just kind of depends on where your preferences lie. I think one of them's the longer, prettier one that's maybe not quite there yet, and then we've got one that's just got a ton of cow power to her, but maybe just not as quite as extended up front. Again, I sure wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to swap the way that I'm going to do it. The young man out of that last class will be our champion. The young lady out of the first class will be reserve.
Congratulations, our champion Sim Solution Heifers goes to Reese Knapp. Reserve champion Sim Solution Heifer goes to Elizabeth Decker with her heifer from class 16. We're now ready to start our commercial heifer show. Class 19. We have Megan Dawson, Leah Happel, and Kenley Privet with their commercial heifers. Class 19 is entering the ring. I'm now going to pass it over to our Queen's Court to let them introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Faith Hiddle, and I'm Miss Hamilton County Queen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grace Alley, and I'm your second runner-up.
Hi, guys. My name's Allie Matthews, and I'm your fourth runner-up.
Hi guys, I'm Anna Clark and I'm your first runner-up.
Hi, my name is Laura Wirtz and I'm Miss Congeniality.
I'm Brooke Miller, I'm your third runner-up, and I just want to take a moment to thank all the volunteers and everyone who helped make this show and every show possible at the fair.
As our heifer show is drawing to a close, please, all champions, be making your way up outside of the show ring to get lined up for our grand heifer drive. Reserve champions will just need you on deck, but all champion heifers, be making your way up to the makeup ring to get lined up for grand drive.
Nice class, crossbred heifers. The young lady with the baldy that's going to win. Again, I think just has the show heifer of the bunch. Really like her balance and silhouette. She's a heifer that all the parts and pieces kind of fit together. Really smooth in terms of her build. I think just a nice balanced female for this young lady. Young lady that's going to come into has one. Really appreciate the performance and growth of this one. She's a heifer that's really extended up front. She's got a lot of depth aside to her. She just gets a little tighter about her spine when we set them into motion. I just don't read her as being as square and true from hock to ground. Young lady that's going to round out our class again in terms of having some performance, one that's really long and extended. Sure like those things about her. I'd like to stouten her up in her bone work. I think she's a heifer that just needs to be fresher about the front end of her skeleton.
Results from Class 19 commercial heifers. First place went to Leah Happel. Second went to Kenley Privet. Third went to Megan Dawson. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 20, our last class of heifers. This is Macy and Maddie Higgins with their commercial heifers. All breed champions need to be making their way up to the makeup ring to be lined up for grand drive. Reserve champions need to be on deck. Again, we will take a 30-minute break between the heifer and steer show. A 30-minute break between the heifer and the steer show.
Again, another nice pair of heifers, and we'll leave them as they stand. The young man's red heifer, I think, just has so much power and shape and curvature through her midrib and hip and stifle. She's one that's sound in terms of her structure and feet and legs. I'd like to clean her up there at the base of her navel and maybe give her a shot more depth this side, but I think a really powerful heifer. Young lady that's going to go to, I commend her for hanging in there. That heifer's wanting to be a handful for her. And that heifer's got a lot of good to her. She's one that's really good in terms of her top line, a heifer that's got some natural shape and thickness to her. I think it's when we set the cattle into motion is what lands her where it does. She just gets a little straighter about her hock. She just doesn't want to relax in her spine on the move. Nice class. Let's give both of those individuals a nice round of applause.
Congratulations. First place in Class 20 went to Macy. Second went to Maddie Higgins. We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion commercial heifers. From class 19, we have Leah Happel, and from class 20, we have Ty Macy. Also remember, if our top 5 is not a Hamilton County born and raised, we will have that division as well after our Grand Heifer Drive. Then we will select our Hamilton County champion and reserve champion born and raised.
If you guys would, let's give our 2 crossbred exhibitors out here a nice round of applause. Again, I think we've got 2 heifers that have some good and quality to them. Again, built a little different in their type and kind. The Baldy heifer's just a little more refined and feminine in her look. We get in behind her, and she probably needs to be just squared up from hock to ground. And I wish she just motored a nickel better off those rear 2. But from there up, I think she's just a really nice, balanced, smooth, blended type of a heifer. Young man's red heifer. Again, just kind of the powerhouse of this particular drive in terms of having some outward shape to her center body and out through her hip. Again, I wish this heifer had just a little more depth aside to her. I wish she was maybe just a nickel neater there and smoother about her shoulder. But again, I think 2 heifers that are different in their type and kind. For me today, the young man's red heifer will be our champion. Young lady with the Baldy will be reserved. Let's give her a nice round of applause as well.
Congratulations, our champion commercial heifer goes to Ty Macy. Reserve champion commercial heifer goes to Leah Happel. We'll just take a few moments. We'll make sure everyone is lined up for Grand Drive, and we will begin our Grand Champion Heifer Drive. We will be taking a 30-minute break upon the completion of our heifer drive before we start the Sears show. All right, we are ready to start our Grand Champion Heifer Drive. We will not be bringing in the reserves. The reserves will be lined up outside. So starting with our Angus Breed, our champion Angus Heifer went to Delaney Waterman. Champion Kiania Heifer went to Cade Henderson. Our champion Herford Heifer, shown by Kayla Reynolds. Our champion Mini Herford, Grace Reynolds. Champion Limousine Heifer, shown by Olivia Higgins. Champion Maintainer Heifer, shown by Eddie Muir. Our champion Scimitar Heifer is shown by Madison Martin. Our champion Sim Solution Heifer is shown by Reese Knapp. And our champion Commercial Heifer, shown by Ty Macy. Let's give all of these breed champions a nice round of applause. also want to take a moment to introduce our judge today, Mariah Crandall from Paris, Illinois. She is a fourth generation to carry on the livestock industry in her family. She's a graduate of Lakeland Community College with a degree in animal sciences and Purdue University with a degree in ag business, and a member of both the livestock judging team and Masters in Education and Youth Leadership from the University of Illinois. She's judged nationally at Louisville, doing both showmanship and weather dams, state level at both Indiana and Illinois state fairs, regional shows in Colorado, Kentucky, Illinois, Ohio, Virginia, Arkansas, plus Canadian livestock shows. Let's join me in giving her a round of applause for coming out and sorting through our cattle and our kids today.
Hi everyone, I just want to take a second to introduce. My name is Emma from the Indiana Beef Cattle Association, and we are here with some goodie bags for the Grand and Reserves. We at the association are the voice for the producers, and so we're just out visiting the county fairs this summer. Little plug, come see us at the Indiana State Fair. Starting on July 29th, we'll be at the ribeye tent.
Just a reminder before our lunch break, please be sure to visit the producer's tent. We are serving ribeyes and cheeseburgers over at the producer's tent, and I have heard the Homemaker's Kitchen is open for a limited lunch as well.
If you guys would, let's go ahead and give all of our breed winners out here a really big round of applause. Not necessarily the biggest show in terms of numbers, but I think the quality has been really, really good. And I'll be honest, I don't know that we've got just that one out here that jumps out and says, I've got to win the show today. I think there's 3 or 4 respected breed champions. If we could take some parts and pieces of them and put them on, kind of splatter them out between the 4, then I think we could have one that I could really, really get into. It's just one person's opinion at the end of the day, and everything has got to be relative, and I'm a little bit of a structure fanatic, but I don't know that we've got a heifer out here that's just impeccable in terms of structure. So you got to work with what you got, and you got to kind of find the right parts and pieces or the best of what you can put together, and that's what I've tried to do when we get them all back out here. Again, it's just one person's opinion, and I don't claim to be the smartest person in the shed. I just hope that at the end of the day that you can follow the type and kind that I like, and that you can follow, excuse me, what I'm saying. And at the end of the day, we take the time to put a leather halter on them and fit them and buy all these additives and products. So for me, at the end of the day, in a show ring setting, they got to have just a little bit of those extras in terms of balance and look and pizzazz and silhouette. So again, that's just my opinion, and that's how I like them. The kids and the livestock have been absolutely great. Kids, remember to write your thank you notes. I'm an extension agent as well, and there's a lot of people that sponsor a lot of things and a lot of volunteer time that goes in to being able to put on this show and give you guys such a great week and experience at the fair. So if you would, make sure to say thank you. Thank your parents for doing this. If you would, let's give all these exhibitors a really nice round of applause, and we'll get you a top 5.
Congratulations, our grand champion heifer goes to Delaney Waterman with her Angus heifer. We'll now be bringing in the reserve Angus, Gracie Fisher. Our reserve grand champion goes to Caleb Reynolds with his Herford. We'll be bringing in that reserve Tatum Green. Our third overall heifer goes to Gracie Fisher with her reserve champion Angus. Our 4th overall heifer goes to Madison Martin with her Simmental heifer. Congratulations. Our 5th overall heifer goes to Reese Knapp with his Sim Solution. Reese Knapp will be our grand champion, Hamilton County born and raised, with his 5th overall heifer. We will need to show for our reserve champion, Hamilton County born and raised. So if you'd like to show for Hamilton County born and raised, those heifers eligible are Cole Kirtley with his Angus, Jessa Zeller with her Angus, Cade Henderson with his Key, Tatum Green with her Herford, Olivia Higgins with her Limousine, Sylvia Knapp with her Simmental, Kinley Privet with her Simmental, Elizabeth Decker with her Sim Solution, Megan Dawson with her Cross, Leah Happel, Kinley Privet, and Maddie Higgins, all with crossbreds. This is a big list of Hamilton County born and raised, and I think that says a lot for our producers and our kids in this county. So if you could join me in giving them all a round of applause for these calves being born here and raised in this county. Again, we are showing for our reserve grand champion, Hamilton County born and raised. Our grand champion went to Reese Knapp with his 5th overall heifer. And I know this takes a little extra time, but this is a division we're really proud of. This means all the calves in this ring were born and raised here in Hamilton County. And that's just really impressive. So again, let's give them a round of applause while our judge picks our reserve grand champion, Hamilton County born and raised.
Again, I'm just going to reiterate what she said. I think this is an awesome class, an opportunity for these kids to be able to showcase their project from start to finish. And it takes a lot of time to get these things, bred, calved, and all the way to the fair. So lots of respect for these kids, and certainly their parents or grandparents or whoever their helper is for allowing them to have this opportunity. I think it's spectacular that one of the top 5 heifers was born and bred in this county or raised in this county. So again, my hats are off to them. I think as we get them back out here in terms of picking a reserve, I think there's 2 or 3 heifers that come to the top for me. And then of those 3, I think there's one that was competitive in the other part of the show today. The young lady in the pink shirt with that baldy heifer, she'll be reserve.
Congratulations to Kinley Privet with her reserve grand champion, Hamilton County, born and raised. We'll now take a 30-minute break, so we will start our steer show at 11:15. Be sure to join us back for the start of our steer show at 11:15. Again, be sure to visit the producer's tent for a ribeye or a cheeseburger and the Extension Homemaker's Kitchen. Attention in the cattle barn, attention in the cattle barn. We'll get started with our steer show here in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we'll start our steer show. All right, in the cattle barn, we're getting ready to start our steer show. We need class 21 and 22 Angus steers in the makeup ring. Class 21 and 22 Angus steers, we need you in the makeup ring. We'll get started with our steer show. All right, entering the ring, we have class 21, Cole Kirtley with his Angus steer weighing 1364.
Young man brings us really high quality Angus steer as we transition into our market show this morning. And again, I think just a really good, solid built type of a calf. He's stout featured. He's a calf that balances up well. I think he's adequate in terms of his muscle mass and ratio. I think just a nice individual for this young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to Cole Kirtley. Next, we'll have class 22, Abigail Holloway, with her Angus steer weighing 1394. We need class 23, Kenya steers to the makeup ring. Class 23, Kenya steers to the makeup ring.
Again, a high quality individual, one that's just good in terms of those market fundamental traits. He's fat and ready to go. He's bold in terms of his skeleton. He's a calf that's got some width and shape down the top side of his skeleton. From a show ring scenario or standpoint, we might like to make him just a little more attractive in the front 1/3 of his skeleton. He's maybe a calf that I'd like to see get out and go just a little bit better, but I think one that's got just a ton of performance and product in him.
Congratulations, Abigail Holloway. Now we'll be showing for our champion and reserve champion Angus steer. We'll have Cole Kirtley and Abigail Holloway. We need class 23, Kenya steers in the makeup ring. Class 24, Charlotte steers, you're on deck.
If you guys would, let's go ahead and give both of our Angus exhibitors out here a round of applause. Again, you know, we just talked about them, and as we get them out here, I think there's one that's just more the show steer of the bunch. I think both of them are acceptable in terms of where they're at and where they need to be. I think just the balance and more attractive look of the young man's Class 1 steer, he'll be our champion. The young lady's steer here will follow up and be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Cole Kirtley with his champion Angus steer, and reserve champion went to Abigail Holloway. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 23 Key steers. This is our only classic key, so this will also be showing for our champion and reserve champion key. We need Class 24 and 25, Charlay Gelbies in the makeup ring. Charlay and Gelbies in the makeup ring. We have Class 23, Ellie Miller with her steer weighing 1226, Brendan Mosbaugh, steer weighing 1313, Eli Kolb, steer weighing 1337, Cade Henderson, steer weighing 1387, and Grady Peel, steer weighing 1394. This will also be showing for our champion and reserve champion key steers. We need Class 24, 25, 26 steers to be in the makeup ring. Be sure if you're scratching for Showmanship to please let us know. We're going to be making splits here in the next two classes, so please, if you're going to be scratching from Showmanship, let us know if possible. Thank you.
If you guys would, let's go ahead and give all of our key exhibitors out here a nice round of applause. Again, we'll get our champion in reserve out of this particular class, and I'll just go ahead and see the differences that I see between them. The young lady's lightweight, one that's probably just not quite there yet. A calf you can certainly appreciate in terms of being heavy structured. He's big-footed. He's a long-bodied type of a calf. I think he just needs more heart and forerib. I think he needs more flank to him. I just don't read him as being quite yet there, but I think a calf that's got some good to him. Young man that stands behind her there has one that's really bold in terms of the center portion of his body. He's one that I think is appropriate in terms of his condition. A calf that maybe isn't as stout in terms of his foot and bone as some of the other ones. He maybe gets just a little straighter there up front, but I think a calf that's got a lot of product to him. Young man here in the middle of the ring just brings us kind of the combination calf of the class of still having those market incentives and with his skeleton and still putting them in a really nice show ring type of a package. I think, sometimes it's hard to get, your power and your mass and still have some of those extras in terms of structure and giving you a good look. I think he's just kind of the combination calf of this particular class. Young man's red steer, without a doubt, probably the cutability calf of this particular drive, and he's one that's raw and hard, and he's got a lot of muscle and power and meat in him. We set this guy into motion. He's just too tight off both ends of his skeleton for me. He's a calf that could just be softer in terms of his midrib. Again, maybe could clean him up through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Young man here on the end just brings us another one that's just really practical in terms of his build and design. He's one that's got a lot of center body shape and dimension to him. He's a calf that's there in terms of weight. He's another one too. Gets a little straighter there through his shoulder. Maybe just doesn't give you that nice balanced look from the side. But again, another one that's good in terms of midrib and product. With that being said, I think there's one out here that just kind of levitates to the top pretty handily for me. I think after that there's a couple different ways you could go about it. The young man directly in the center of our ring, he'll be our champion. We'll follow up with the young man in front of him for reserve. Congratulations.
All right, placings from class 23. First place went to Eli Kolb and our champion Kenya steer. Reserve champion Kenya steer. Second place went to Brendan Moseball. Third went to Grady Peel. Fourth went to Cade Henderson. Fifth went to Ellie Miller. Entering the ring now, we're ready for class 24, Charley steers. Single entry, Julia Fisher with her steer weighing 1270.
Young lady brings us a really nice Charlet steer, and again, I think this one is one without doubt that could handle a lot more competition. This is a really good built calf. I love his feet and legs. He's one that can get out and go. He's another one, I think, in terms of his size and shape, his muscle matches his body mass, calf that can give you a nice look. Very high quality individual. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for her.
Congratulations, our champion Kenya steer, shown by Julia Fisher. Entering the ring now, we have single entry for a Gelby steer, class 25, Olivia Higgins, steer weighing 1287.
Young lady brings us a nice Gelby steer here, and one that's really good in terms of flex and mobility. He's a high-performing, long-bodied, growthy type of a steer. She does a nice job of presenting this one. Let's put our hands together for her. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion Gelby steer, shown by Olivia Higgins. Next, we'll have class 26 Herford steers. We need class 27, 28 limousine and shorthorn steers to the makeup ring. Class 27, 28 to the makeup ring. All right, we have class 26 entering the ring. This is our Herford steer class. This will also be our champion and reserve champion Herford steer. Tatum Green with her steer weighing 1178, and Tony Crane with his steer weighing 1262. We will take a 10-minute break between our steer show and the start of Showmanship. There'll be a 10-minute break between the steer show and Showmanship.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for our Herford exhibitors that are out here. I think two really high quality individuals, and again, I'll just kind of tell you some of the differences that I see. The young lady's steer, this one's got a lot of power and muscle and meat to him. He's really bold through his midrib. I think he's got enough power and shape for his size. We set this calf into motion. I don't know that he's as flexible out of his hip and hind leg as the one that's behind him. I don't read him as being as extended up front, but in terms of shape and muscle, having some robustness to the mid part of his body, I think for his weight and size, he handles it pretty well. The young man's bigger steer, again, maybe more of the show calf of the group. I like this one's balance and silhouette. He's a big hoofed, heavy structured type of a steer. I think he's good in terms of uniformity. I like this calf out of his hip and hind leg when we set him into motion. If I'm going to get critical, you know, this is not the stoutest hipped one that we've seen all day, and probably won't be. And again, he's maybe just not as fresh up front as maybe you deem ideal. But again, I think balance and silhouette and structure, he's got plenty of rib and dimension to him. The young man will be our champion. Young lady will be reserved. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our champion Herford steer goes to Tony Crane. Reserve champion goes to Tatum Green. All right, we have our single entry limousine class, class 27, Jack Higgins with his steer weighing 1271. We need class 28 shorthorn, class 29 shorthorn plus steers to the makeup ring. Class 28, 29 shorthorn and shorthorn plus steers to the makeup ring.
Young man does a real nice job with this calf, and he brings us a really nice breed champion winner. This thing's big backed, he's stout hipped, he's bold in terms of center body, he's wide off both ends of his skeleton. I think the young man does a good job, high quality individual. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Jack Higgins with his champion limousine steer. Next, we'll have class 28 shorthorn steers. This is a single entry. We have Julia Fisher with her steer weighing 1372. We need class 29 shorthorn plus steers and class 30 Simmental steers to the makeup ring. Class 29 and 30, we need your steers to the makeup ring.
Really nice shorthorn steer. Again, he's one of those ones I've said a couple times. Without question, this guy could stand quite a bit more competition. If he was just a little bit smoother and fresher there in his front end, I'll tell you what, I could really get into this one. I love this one's body shape. He's good in terms of balance, highly presented. I love his hip and hind leg. I just like to freshen him up there in his front end, but that's a really nice calf. Let's give her a big round of applause. Congratulations on your shorthorn steer.
Congratulations, our champion shorthorn steer shown by Julia Fishers. We need our Shorthorn Plus steers to the ring. Class 29, we need you in the ring. We need Simmental steers, class 30 in the makeup ring. And we need class 31, crossbred steers. Start making your way up to the makeup ring. Class 31, crossbred steers to the makeup ring. While there is a moment, we will be taking a 10-minute break between our steer show and showmanship. At the moment, we have had no scratches for junior showmanship, so we will do 2 heats. Heat 1 will include Colin Decker, Leah Happel, Jack Higgins, Sylvia Knapp, Colton Hone. Heat 2 of junior showmanship will be Kinley Privet, Lily Higgins, Maddie Higgins, Braxton Zeller, and Jessa Zeller. Again, there'll be 2 heats of junior showmanship unless somebody tells me at this moment that they're scratching. All right, class 29 is entering the ring. We have 2 entries for our Shorthorn Plus steers. We have Grace Reynolds, steer weighing 1156, and Cooper Rollins, steer weighing 1299.
Again, a nice pair of cattle in our Shorthorn Plus drive. And again, I'll just discuss them. The young lady's red one is one that I think has some substance of bone to him. He's a long, extended type of a steer. I think this one probably needs a little more time on feed to see where he goes. He just reads to be a little harder and rawer in his overall look and design. Young lady's smoke appearing calf here. Again, we've talked about just kind of the balance a combination calf of having some muscle and some shape and still having some flexibility. Again, kind of like that shorthorn steer, he's just a little plainer in terms of his head, neck, and front end, and you get past that and you like a lot of things about this calf. I love his feet and legs. I think, again, in terms of a show ring scenario of where we're at today, I think he wins fairly handily just in terms of putting all the right parts and pieces together and still having a tandem of some muscle. Young ladies, Smoke will be our champion. We'll follow up with the red steer as reserve. Let's go ahead and give both of them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, our champion Shorthorn Plus steer goes to Cooper Rollins. Reserve champion goes to Grace Reynolds. We need our crossbred classes 31, 32 to the makeup ring. Crossbred classes 31, 32 to the makeup ring. Entering the ring now, we have our one class of Simmental steers, class 30. Class 30 Simmental steers are entering the ring. As I said earlier, we will be doing 2 heats of junior showmanship. In the program, we're going to make a break between the 2 heats between Colton Hone and Kenley Privet. There'll be 2 heats of junior showmanship. If you'd like to scratch, let us know as soon as you can. We'll be doing the same with intermediates. We'll be making the cut between Tyler and Lauren Happel on the program. Entering the ring now, we have class 30, our Simmental steer class. We have Ty Macy, steer weighing 1385, and Tyler Drummond, steer weighing 1386.
Nice pair of Simmental steers out here in our drive, and the young man up front brings us one that's just, again, just stout and powerful. He's bold in terms of the upper portion of his skeleton. He's stout and powerful out through his hip. He's a calf that's got some stoutness at the ground. Again, one that I think in terms of a show ring setting, I appreciate his balance, uniformity from forerib to flank. If I'm going to get critical, he moves about as good as I do after I've been on concrete for a half a day, and he just isn't going to get in a hurry. I think it's acceptable, but I wish he'd just get out and go with a little more flex. Young man, snip nose steer, no doubt about it. He can get out and go and is functional in terms of his joints and movement. He's a calf that's good in terms of center body and depth aside. He gets a little rawer down the top of his top line there. He's a calf I'd just like to strengthen him up there in his top and just balance him up a little better from the side, but he's definitely got performance and productivity. He's one that's good and sound. Again, I think two different opposite ends of the spectrum. For me personally today, I like the young man's calf up front to be our champion. Snip nose will be a reserve.
Congratulations, our champion Simmental steer shown by Ty Macy. Reserve champion Simmental steer goes to Tyler Drummond. Right, we're ready for our crossbred steer classes. We need all crossbred steers to the makeup ring, all crossbred steers to the makeup ring. Entering the ring now, we have our first class of crossbred steers, class 31. Cooper Rollins, oh, nope, Cooper Rollins was a scratch on that, sorry. We have Delaney Waterman, her steer weighing 1082.
Young lady brings us a nice crossbred steer of our first class here. Again, as we've talked, I think he's another kind of a steer that could stand a bit more competition. I love his feet and legs. I love the slope to his shoulder and knee. He's a calf for his weight and size. I think he's proportional in terms of muscle and shape when we get in behind him. He's maybe just a little bolder and coarser about his head and shoulder, and maybe just like to drop him down a little bit there in his flank if I'm getting super critical, but I think a really high quality individual. It'll be exciting to see what he looks like when we get him back out here for our overall crossbred division. But let's go ahead and give her a nice round of applause. Very nice calf.
Congratulations, winner of class 31, Delaney Waterman. We'll now have class 32 crossbred steers. We have Jacob Jackson, steer weighing 1150. Cody Enzer, steer weighing 1153, and Lucas Jackson, steer weighing 1160.
a nice class steers and probably, maybe just need a little more time on feed. I don't know that we've got just a perfect one in this particular class. The young man that's going to lead off the class, I think, just in terms of balance and uniformity from the side and having some width, I think he kind of lands there. He's good in terms of his skeleton. I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his bone work. I'd like to give him a more intriguing or captivating look from the side. Young man that's going to go into, again, just kind of a good basic meat and potatoes type of a calf. He's wide and square up front. He's good in terms of center body. He's a calf, again, probably could use a shot more stoutness of feature, a calf that could have a little more power out through his hip. Young man that's going to round out our class, without a doubt, has the growthy, long-bodied one that's good in terms of joints and angles. Again, for me, I think this calf just needs a shot more power and muscle. I just don't read him nearly as square and true coming or going.
Results from class 32. First place went to Lucas Jackson. Second went to Cody Inzer. Third went to Jacob Jackson. We'll now have our last class of crossbred steers, class 33. All breed champion steers need to be making their way up to the makeup ring to get lined up for grand drive. All breed champion steers, please make your way up to get lined up for grand drive. Entering the ring is class 33. We have Grady Peel, steer weighing 1314. Lily Higgins, steer weighing 1331. Braxton Zeller, steer weighing 1355. And Logan Bates, steer weighing 1434. All right, as our breed champions are getting lined up outside for our grand champion steer drive, just an update on Showmanship. We will take a 10-minute break between the steer show and the start of Showmanship. We will start with juniors. There'll be 2 heats of juniors. There'll be a break in the program. This will be splitting the heats between Colton Hone and Kinley Privet. Intermediates, there will also be 2 heats of Showmanship. The break in that will be between Tyler Drummond and Lauren Happel on the program. In senior Showmanship, we will do 2 heats as well, but that will be first come, first serve, and we'll split those in half. Let us know if you're going to scratch or if you have any questions.
Again, another, I guess, relatively challenging class for me. Lots of different parts and pieces and shapes and sizes. Again, if we could combine some of them, we might find our flavor of the week, if you will. The young man that's going to win the class, again, I think in terms of having some width of skeleton, some boldness of his center body, and still having kind of a show ring type of look to him, that's what we're kind of ideal in an ideal world trying to find. I think he puts those two things together. He gets a little weaker about his top, and he's a little bolder about his shoulder again, but we don't have necessarily a perfect one in this particular class. You can go ahead and move on out. Young man's baldy, really appreciate this one in terms of just performance and stoutness of feature and depth of side. He's smooth and he's long. He's maybe not as stout and powerful out of his hip as some of the other cattle we've seen. I'd just like to give him just a little bit more of a balanced look when we study him from the side. Young man that's going to roll out in third has one that's just super bold in terms of his midrib, a calf that's really smooth. Appreciate his freshness and condition. We need to stouten him up at the ground. He's one that just gets a little weaker there down the center of his top. Young lady that's going to round out our class, commend her for hanging in there. That calf's just not wanting to help her out any, and he's a calf that's got some performance to him. He's a calf that's certainly long and extended. We just need to stouten him up and give him more forerib and flank to move up any higher.
Results from class 33. First place went to Grady Peel. Second place went to Logan Bates. Third went to Braxton Zeller. Fourth went to Lily Higgins. We'll now be showing for our champion crossbred steer. All right, we are showing for our champion and reserve champion crossbred steer from class 31. We have Delaney Waterman, steer weighing 1082. From class 32, we have Lucas Jackson, steer weighing 1160. And from class 33, we have Grady Peel with a steer weighing 1314. All right, attention in the cattle barn. There has been a couple scratches to junior showmanship, so we will now be only doing one class of junior showmen. All junior showmen will be in the one class of showmanship.
Let's go ahead and give all our crossbred steer exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really, this is probably the toughest decision I think I've made all day, because we've got a lot of different weights and shapes and sizes and builds and structures, and it's hard to find a gauge that happy medium of what's heavy enough or what's too heavy or what's not heavy enough, and how do you match and put all that together. And because we don't have that one that just puts all those things together, it makes it a little bit more challenging for me. And I think when we throw that out the window, weight is just a number. And when we put them in the show ring, we're not grading them, we aren't at the Packer plant or any of that kind of stuff. I think what we've got to do is just find the best quality that we can that's out here. The young lady out of that first class will be our champion. The young man out of the heavyweights will be reserve.
Congratulations, champion crossbred steer will be Delaney Waterman. Reserve champion crossbred steer will be Grady Peel. We're now getting ready for our grand champion steer drive.
Hi, my name is Faith Hiddle, and I would like to tell you about how you can contribute to the education and advancement of 4-H youth here in Hamilton County. We are currently passing buckets around at events like tonight and throughout the fair to help fund the Hamilton County 4-H Scholarship Program. The scholarships are awarded exclusively to the college-bound 4-H members in Hamilton County. This year, the scholarship recipients from the Hamilton County and Indiana 4-H Foundation were myself, Delaney Howard, Ella Pickett, Allison Wolfgang, Ryan Hart, and Morgan Nelson. We would all like to thank each and every one of you for your generosity and support of the 4-H program.
All right, we're ready to bring in our breed champions. We have our champion Angus steer shown by Cole Kirtley. Champion Kiania was Eli Kolb. Our champion Charlet steer shown by Julia Fisher. Our champion Gelvy steer shown by Olivia Higgins. Champion Herford was shown by Tony Crane. Our champion Limousine shown by Jack Higgins. Our champion Shorthorn shown by Julia Fisher. Champion Shorthorn Plus went to Cooper Rollins. Our champion Scimitar went to Ty Macy. And our champion Crossbred went to Delaney Waterman. Please give all of these breed champions a nice round of applause. Our judge will be picking our top 5 steers today. We will be doing a Hamilton County born and raised class after this. There'll be 5 steers eligible for Hamilton County born and raised. Those will be Ellie Miller with her key, Kate Henderson with his key, Olivia Higgins with her Gelvy, Tatum Green with her Herford, and Jack Higgins with his Limousine. So upon the completion of our grand drive, we will be doing a Hamilton County born and raised drive. I want to again introduce our judge today, Mariah Crandall from Paris, Illinois. She's a graduate of Lakeland College with a degree in animal science, Purdue University with a degree in ag business, and a member of both livestock judging teams. She has a master's in education and youth leadership from the University of Illinois. Please thank her for coming out and sorting through our cattle and our kids today. I also want to take a moment to thank our barn superintendent, Kayla Tobias. I know I'm biased being her sister and all, but she does a lot of work, not just during Fair Week, but all year long to make sure this show goes smoothly and that things are prepared and ready and that these kids have a great time and enjoy it. This is her 10th year being barn super, and she's a volunteer just like so many others here at the fair, and I just think we're really lucky in the beef barn to have her so dedicated to our kids. So please join me in a round of applause. Just a reminder, we will be taking a 10-minute break between the conclusion of our Sears show and junior showmanship, and there now will only be one heat of junior showmen. There'll only be one heat of junior showmen. Intermediates will still be split into two groups. The split on the program will be between Tyler Drummond and Lauren Happel. Senior showmanship will be in two heats as well, but we will just do first come, first serve in the ring, and we'll split in the middle of that. Be sure to go to the producer's tent for lunch today. They're serving up ribeyes and hamburgers, cheeseburgers. We're really thankful for those guys. The Hamilton County beef producers are the biggest supporter of our kids and our youth program here in Hamilton County, and a lot of the funds from the producer's tent go right back into our cattle barn. So please make sure to give them a visit and to thank those guys that are volunteering their time to cook up that food for us and to support our kids.
If you guys would, let's go ahead and give all of our steer exhibitors a really nice round of applause. I know we've had a lot of single entry breed representatives, but I'll tell you what, I've judged a fair amount of shows. Been to Nebraska, Virginia, Missouri, and around the world and back, and I'll tell you what, none of those fairs had near the amount of quality of cattle and livestock that you have, and I'll tell you what, it makes it a lot more fun, even if you're only sorting 20 or 30 of them when they're this caliber and they're this good, than sorting 200 of them and not being able to find one as good as some of the ones that are out here. So my hats are off to the kids and breeders and helpers and parents and all that for finding these things and the amount of work and time that goes into it. I think a lot of these steers could win a lot of different county fairs that I've been to. Again, at the end of the day, you know, I don't necessarily care if you agree with me or not. That's not what I'm after. When I walk through that gate, you know, I've got a job to do, and I work in extension and work with youth, and I truly enjoy evaluating good livestock and working with good kids. But when you come in to do a job, you know, it's just kind of your personal preference on where you want to lay your priorities. And, you know, in a market type scenario, I think, you know, fundamentally we've got to have some muscle and some power and be built correct in terms of our skeleton. And then after that, you can lay in and add all the extras. And I think there's 3 or 4 steers out here that do a nice job of combining muscle and with the skeleton, and still being able to get out and go relatively well and still give us that really nice show ring look that I guess we look for in a show ring setting or scenario. Again, it's certainly been an honor and pleasure to come. You guys have a great facility. You guys have great superintendents and volunteers and helpers. If you guys would, let's give all of them a really big round of applause for putting on the show. You know, as I said, I work in extension, so I understand there's a lot of, you know, thankless hours and time that comes with this. So you guys have a great show. Thank you to my ring help. Really appreciate picking the ring as time goes on, getting them here in class and everything like that. Can't say enough about the place and the facilities and the people. If you would, let's give them one more nice round of applause, and we'll get you a top 5.
Congratulations, our grand champion steer goes to Eli Kolb. We'll be bringing in that reserve Brendan Moseball, the reserve key. Our reserve grand champion went to Gracie Fisher with her shorthorn steer. Oh, Julia Fisher, I'm sorry. Julia Fisher with her shorthorn steer. My apologies. Third overall steer went to Cooper Rollins with her shorthorn plus steer. The reserve shorthorn plus steer, Grace Reynolds, is entering the ring. Fourth overall also goes to Julia Fisher with her Charlet steer. Fifth overall goes to Cole Kirtley with his Angus steer. Congratulations to our top 5 steer exhibitors. We now will be showing for our Hamilton County born and raised. There will be 6 exhibitors. None of our top 5 was Hamilton County born and raised, so in the ring we need Olivia Higgins with her Gelby, Tatum Green with her Herford, Jack Higgins with his Limousine, Cade Henderson with his Key, Ellie Miller with his Key, and Braxton Zeller with his Crossbred. All right, like I said, we're gonna do Hamilton County born and raised really quick, and then we will do our 10-minute break in between this and junior showmanship. We have Olivia Higgins with her Gelby steer. We have Jack Higgins with his Limousine steer. We need Tatum Green with her Herford steer. Cade Henderson with his Key steer. Ellie Miller with her Key steer, and Braxton Zeller with his Crossbred. Again, these steers are born and raised in this county, and these kids have all done an awesome job exhibiting today. We had a lot of work to do last night to get this show ring set up and ready for this show. We had some more mulch brought in. So I just want to thank everybody in the barn, volunteers from around the fairgrounds that helped pull our ring together for our show today. It made a big difference and a lot safer for our kids to show in today. So thank you to all of those that pitched in.
Again, if you would, let's show these kids a good round of applause for all their hard work. Talked about it in the Heifer Show, and again, I'm just going to reiterate, great class to have, a great platform for these kids to be able to start breeding and raising their own livestock at such a young age and continuing to carry it on, and I think it's nice to see what we've got out here. Again, you know, I think all of these cattle are good in terms of having some muscle and some shape to them. Again, I think there's one out here just in terms of power and mass and cutability, just kind of lands top for me. Young man with that red steer, he'll have our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our grand champion, Hamilton County born and raised steer, went to Cade Henderson. Our reserve grand champion, Hamilton County born and raised, goes to Jack Higgins with his Limousine. Great job, everyone. That is the completion of our steer show. We are going to take a 10-minute break, so we will start showmanship at 12:40. 12:40, we will start with our junior showmanship. There will only be one heat of juniors. There will be 2 heats of intermediates, and the split on the program will be between Tyler Drummond's name and Lauren Happel. All right, attention in the cattle barn. We are getting ready to start our junior showmanship, but there have been enough scratches. Senior showmanship will just be one group. We will just have one heat of senior showmen. Again, senior showmen will only be one group, so everyone must be ready after the completion of intermediates. Intermediates will be our only division that we will have 2 heats. Intermediates, we will still have 2 heats. The cut on the program will be between Tyler Drummond and Lauren Happel. All right, we are ready to begin our junior showmanship division. Junior showmanship. Junior showmen are entering the ring now. We have Colin Decker, Leah Happel, Jack Higgins, Sylvia Knapp, Colton Hohen, Kinley Privet, Braxton Zeller, and Jessa Zeller.
If you guys would, let's go ahead and give these young people a really big round of applause. Really a great group of kids, and I don't ever ask a question that I need a direct answer to. Again, you know, the point of all this is to make them better for years to come and gain them some public speaking skills, get them in and out of a ring, in front of a crowd, and just let them get more, you know, just more used to being in and out of the ring. And at this age, you know, this is when you can really teach and mold these kids. And it's nice to see you've got a good number of kids that wanted to come back out. My mom always made me do showmanship. She said you can never be in and out of the ring too many times or learn too much, and I'd have to agree with her on that. And just a few general comments that maybe work on some feet placement and that sort of thing at home. But you can tell these kids have spent a good amount of time with these cattle, and they're broke and they're used to them, and I just commend all of these kids. I hope they have me back maybe in a year or two, because, and I don't know where the snow cone, the red slushies, and the milkshakes, but we're about 50-50 on which one of them are better. So we've got quite the salesmen and spokespeople out here for the slushie stand and the milkshake stand. So I might have to get over there and try one of those. But again, I just enjoy visiting with them, and a good group. Let's give them a really big round of applause. You know, showmanship's just a personal preference type of thing, so don't take it to heart if you're not champion or reserve today. Just channel that and go back home and work harder and come back at it. Always make sure to tell the other person congratulations. You know, this is a sport and a fun and friendly competition, and it's great to be competitive, but you also need to be respectful and remember that these are your friends too at the end of the day. With that being said, the young man up front, he's going to be our champion. The young lady right behind him will be reserve.
Congratulations, our champion junior showman went to Colin Decker. Reserve junior showman went to Leah Happel. Great job, guys. Two of our first-year members took the cake. Good job, guys. All right, we are going to have our first heat of intermediates. We have 2 heats of intermediate showmen. All right, we have our first heat of intermediate showmen coming in the ring. These kids aged from 6th to 8th grade. On our first heat, we have Logan Bates, Olivia Higgins, Bryce Knapp, Elizabeth Decker, and Cooper Rollins. Second heat of intermediate showmen should be in the makeup ring. Second heat of intermediate should be in the makeup ring. Our first heat of intermediates are in the ring, just so you senior kids know.
Let's go ahead and give this group a nice round of applause. We're going to keep the two individuals directly to my right to come back for that next heat. And I'll just keep my comments brief right now, and then we'll kind of discuss, what I'm looking for and those certain things when we get back in our overall intermediate showmanship. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Let's go ahead and give them another round of applause as they exit the ring.
Coming back for our overall intermediate showmen from this heat will be Elizabeth Decker and Cooper Rollins. Entering the ring now, we will have our second heat of intermediate showmen, Lauren Happel, Cade Henderson, Cole Kirtley, Reese Knapp, and Lucas Jackson. Our second heat of intermediates are going into the ring. We'll pick our overall, and then we will start our seniors. They will just be one class of senior showmen. One class of senior showmen. I'm going to take this time to announce our Packers Choice and our Rate of Gain winners. So please come up front. Our Packers Choice Award went to Abigail Holloway, and our Rate of Gain champion went to Tyler Drummond. If Abigail Holloway and Tyler Drummond can come to the front, we'll give them a round of applause for the Packers Choice Award and our Rate of Gain champions. In our program, we have listed our Rate of Gain. We have a 35-year history in this program of Rate of Gain champions. We split it in between Continental breed winners and our British breed winners. So Tyler Drummond won our overall Rate of Gain at his steer, gaining 3.7 pounds a day. But Lily Higgins with her British breed was right behind him at 3.68 pounds a day. So congratulations to both of them and getting their name into our Rate of Gain history.
Again, another good group. We're going to keep the two young gentlemen here that I pulled out, and they can stay in the ring, and we'll bring those other two back in. Let's go ahead and give the rest of these exhibitors a nice round of applause as they exit the show ring.
Coming back out of our second heat of intermediates will be Cole Kirtley and Reese Knapp. Joining them for our overall champion intermediate showman will be Cooper Rollins and Elizabeth Decker. Senior showmanship, be making your way up to the makeup ring. Senior showmanship, make your way up to the makeup ring. There will only be one heat of seniors. First come, first serve into the ring.
If you guys would, let's go ahead and give this group a really big round of applause. I think these four young people that have made it back to this round just do an absolutely exceptional job, in my opinion. And again, I'll be honest with you, this is just a personal preference, and sometimes you can't articulate or put into words what separates these kids. And these four individuals are very good of ring awareness, feet placement. I always say, that show halter is kind of like a steering wheel, and you can tell that all four of these individuals use that to their advantage. And again, ring, knowing where I'm at, eye contact, opening up the ring, utilizing the ring. I think these four really rose to the top, and that would be, some of my suggestions to the others that maybe didn't make it back out here, is to really work on feet placement, really work on, reading the ring and utilizing the ring, and then just showing that animal to your best ability. I don't ask a lot of questions. We can have, a quiz bowl for that kind of stuff. And showmanship, for me, it's just who can bring their animal out here and present it to their best ability and know kind of what their flaws are, what's not perfect on them, and give you the best angle and look on those animals. So again, I think it could go any way. If you had 5 people judge it, I bet they'd jumble it up probably a couple different ways. And like I said, I'm completely okay with that. I think any 4 of these showmen could show one for me any day of the week. Young lady in the purple shirt will be our champion. The young lady with the white steer will be reserve.
Congratulations. Our champion intermediate showman went to Elizabeth Decker, and reserve champion intermediate went to Cooper Rollins. All right, we will now have our one and only class of senior showmen. We will be picking our top 5 senior showmen, and whoever wins will go on to represent the Beef Barn tonight in Supreme Showmanship.
If you guys would, let's give these seniors a really nice round of applause. I'll be real honest, I'm glad we didn't break this into 2 heats, because I probably would have ended up bringing both heats back. These kids are really, really good and really, really competitive, and I just don't know that we've got one out here that I'd say, oh, let's just shuck them and re-rack. I think all of these kids, again, they do a very good job of using the ring and ring awareness, knowing where I'm at, helping courteous with others, and again, just do a really good job. Very competitive. I said it earlier. I've judged at a lot of places, and usually you only find, 1 or 2 cattle or animals that are good enough, and maybe 1 or 2 families or showmen that are really good. And here, I mean, we are just really next level in terms of the quality of kids and the quality of the showmanship skills and ability that they have. It's very nice and refreshing. It makes it more enjoyable when you've got 12 or 15 kids that are all at the same level than maybe trying to find you that 1 or 2. So again, my hats are off to you guys. Superb job. Again, personal preference kind of thing that dictates it. And I've seen these kids, work in and out of the ring all day long, and it's kind of those same ones seem to surface when we get them back out here. So with that being said, let's give them one more really nice round of applause, and I'll get you a top 5.
Congratulations to our top 5 senior showmen, our champion senior showman, and representing the Beef Barn tonight and Supreme will be Gracie Fisher. Reserve champion senior showman went to Julia Fisher. Our 3rd overall senior showman went to Eli Kolb. 4th overall senior showman, Delaney Waterman. 5th overall senior showman went to Tatum Green. Be sure to come out tonight for our Supreme Showmanship Contest at 7 o'clock. This is the 50th year for our Supreme Showmanship Contest, so be sure to come out and support those kids. Be sure to visit the producer's tent today. Thank you all for coming out and supporting our kids today.